All right, here we go. Here's our flight plan for today. We are going from Philadelphia to Chicago. Chicago Executive Airport, my home base airport where I used to fly. One of my first home base airports. And yeah, so let's get going since we are almost 2:20. We are scheduled to depart. Our client is on the way. Let's check the weather. It's pretty calm and clear at Philadelphia. And Chicago Exec, same way. It's really calm weather and in Midwest here, as you can see, because the jet streams moved kind of like down, and this is where we get all this cold weather in Florida nowadays. But here's mostly really good weather. The weather radar is clear. And satellite is the same. Just showing this really quick. Sigmat's no Sigmat. Too bad they moved out the possibility of turbulence and icing here, but I'll show you the other way to do it. We just gotta go to flight plans downloads and go to Sky Vector, open Sky Vector with this flight plan. And now you can see the modular turbulence between flight level 230 and 370. We're gonna be at 400, so that's no point for us. And there's up to 390 and 380 modular turbulence. So a bit light chops, but occasional, but they're all gonna be below us, so perhaps we'll get a few chops on the way down. Okay, and as for icing, we don't have that yet, but might get here to Chicago later on. As all this weather moves in, brings the icing, because brings the moisture, humidity. Okay, so on top we can use Chicago here top. Well, it's looking good. So that's all the weather is gonna come tomorrow. Okay. So we good to go. Let's go talk to. This is our second aircraft which I run. I got two airframes. So one of them is in 135 Charlie Lima Kilo at Alaska. And this one is right now is where I fly in the US, so this has been the oldest airframe I've had so far. And it's been here, situated a long time, parked in PHL. Let's go check the paperwork here. Let's see, we got we had a small technician, I mean not small technician, but just technician. Come take a look at it. And And we don't have any, everything works as normal, so we don't have any abnormals. Okay, but anything can happen, so let's go. Yeah, let's
Welcome to Hot Start Flight Support. How can we help you today?
and I'm moving this aircraft towards the west. Wait, something is missing here. Sierra Victor, is that it? 7870. 7887. This is when they're gonna be arriving. It's gonna be eight passenger, 8 customers. Jet A. We don't need de-icing or anything, any kind.
Of course, Captain. I'll get that organized for you right away.
Yep. How to remove these? That's a beautiful lighting here. So they moved the aircraft from parking here. And I've already took off the caps earlier when I loaded the aircraft. Okay, looking good. Let's check here. I don't remember if I... Yeah, the main connector in place. I'm just gonna start APU right off. The circuit breaker's looking good, all in. The safety equipment on board. Oh, there you go. Well, the CPL always comes out. I'm not sure which one is this, but always pops. Circuit breakers here, looking good. Okay. All right. Oh, it's too early for that. Alright, so I'm just gonna check out all the switches positions here. Off.
Nose door.
Off. All off, 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 all off. The gear lever is down. Okay, good. These are off. No steering off. These all in good position, okay. And flaps are up. Master shut down and thrust reverser is off. Okay. Let's check the fire X. Squeeps okay. PU bow. Fire detection.
Jet pipe overheat.
And fail. And this by fail I mean this. Okay, so good. Alright, so let's start APU. Check the DCs. Alright, the APU has arrived here, so start up. There's RPM and the GT. Right, the APU is online in green. And I throw it on. Okay, let it warm up. A logo and nav lights can come on. Just gonna check the ACs. The AC is running off of APU. DC is looking good. I'm gonna start the timer, so by which in 6 minutes we'll be able to, 5 minutes or so we'll be able to put the bleeds on, and in 2 minutes I'll be able to put the utilities on. Okay. JL Productions YT, yo, hello. So my full force feedback, yoke and pedals are kicked in, as you saw. So now it's good.
All
They're
right,
good.
Captain. Fuel truck is hooked up. Just let me know how much fuel you need.
Let's check. Let me send my. Hold on a sec. I will send the flight plan to my iPad. Okay. Stand by. All right, so this is our flight. All right. Also, this is our checklist here from Rail Aircraft. Okay. And usually for compartment, like I said, I'm doing in kind of chunks. Okay, so initial chunk as we get a power on. Okay, so we get power on chunk. So I power on. I check the AC DCs, which we already did. I'm gonna switch on. Keep this panel here for AC DC, and this one we can put like a summary and lower hydraulic. Okay, so that way I can see few things. All right, so I can see the hydraulic quantities. I can see the oxygen quantity, and kind of like liquids and systems too. Okay. So that chunk here is complete. So that's, well, we'll just go through it. Circuit breakers, MDC switches closed off, and overhead switches off, nose steer off, and gear down, flight spoilers steer check, flaps steer check match, landing gear manual release stowed, ADG unit tested, ADG manual release stowed, and lamp and test. Just gonna test here. Logbook and AC docs is on board, safety equipment is checked, and external check is complete. Alright, so now I'm doing the second chunk, which is after the... I'm doing it, and then I'll switch off the database, back and forth, and go to index route menu, flight plan recall, and we'll send from the phone or from ForeFlight or whatever. We'll send the flight plan, so PHL K PWK here we can get the date and the time, which is 8. Oh my god, it's 8 already. We got 8 and 2:20. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit later. Depends. Okay, so we can send that in, and in here we can get the weather for both. So we request the PHL and PWK. Send, and then I'm gonna wait from here. So these two things will wait until they're gonna be happening, and real soon the flight plan is already here. You need a 7,120, so it's 4530. So we can get our calculator here. Here's the data link. 7,120 minus 1,720. Wait, 7,120 minus 4,530 equals 2,590 divided by 6,794. Equals 380 gallons. Okay, 380. Alright.
All right, I'm gonna
Sure.
go start up
Now-
the pump.
Before he goes there, we gotta open these, check the shut-off valves, and then open these two. This is the customer.
Hello, Captain.
We're not
it's Jenny
ready.
from Hot Start Flight Support. Your passengers have arrived.
They gotta wait.
Shall I have them brought to the plane?
No. Nope.
Understood. Just call me when you're ready to receive them.
Sure.
Anything else?
That's it.
Always a pleasure. Take care.
Alright, so I'll open only 2 SOVs for wings, so they don't pour into the middle. Alright, now since we already had 2 minutes and 6 respectively for the utility and bleed, so we can turn on the utility, and here comes our lights, and we can turn on the POCV and isolation and for the packs. And here comes the heat. The heat. Alright. That's good. And meanwhile we can check our hydraulics. So put on, and on. All hydraulic systems are on and operating, and the 3,000 pressure in each. So we'll leave them for another 2 minutes to check for any leaks. And meanwhile I'll check the lights, since we've been on the ground a pretty long time. Meanwhile the lights are on. I can set the parking brake for now, since the 3A will be on, and it's not gonna get disconnected anymore, so we can have the parking brake. Alright, parking brake is on and it's in green. Well, I can see the lights are working, the blinding lights. Alright, okay, so all I just keep is these for now, just to check these. And you can see these are working as well. You got the strobes, the beacon, the wing lights, and etc. Since we are out already, we can remove the pins. Check the accumulator pressure. Looking good. And we can close this door. Alright, and we've been pumping in. We're on parking brakes, so I'm gonna remove chocks from these wheels. I'm gonna leave one on from this other side so we can grab it fast. And the front one. So the left one and front one I'll leave on. So we didn't do a walk around yet, so it's just something real fast here. Okay. Alright.
Refueling is complete.
So
Captain.
he's complete.
Do you need anything else?
Let's check how much is pumped though. Maybe it's not enough. It's not enough, dude. Well, it's gonna be moving a little bit. Pump like 10 more gallons or so. 20. Let's do 40.
Alright, I'm gonna go start up the pump.
Alright, since we checked the hydraulics, we can put them all to auto. No leaks, and the 3A is gonna be on, so there's the beep. With the other two is pressuring down. Now we can check all the DC electrical scheme. So it's all working, looking good. DCs and ACs. And this is all looking good as well. Alright, so that goes for as well as lamp test. Here. And the upper test 1 and 2. Okay, so that goes for the second part. The checklist is battery master, battery volts, check fire exits tested, fire detection, fire warning, fail test,
Refueling is
APU
complete,
start,
Captain.
fail,
Do you need
APU
anything
on,
else?
ACC DC checked. You can go.
Okay, just one quick signature on here, and I'll be on my way. Here's a copy for your records. Have a nice day.
Share. Nav logs, nav lights and logo lights on, cockpit lights set, lamp test tested, dog monitors. One more thing is dog monitor, loop A. Loop A test okay, loop B test okay. And dot mon test.
Lead air duct. Lead air duct.
Okay. So FMS database status cycle to check FMS flight plan uplink ATC initiated and skid armor test. Nose door clear. And nose door hydraulic pumps 3A and brake pressure check. Parking brake is set and is closed. Nose door is closed. Alright. Is the update alpha Challenger SP? Sounds amazing. Challenger sound pack? Yeah. It's not out yet though. But I'm kind of, I might get it on my flight a little bit more and just check if, because I'm gonna be working on them. Like eventually I'll make like whole 9 yards with a super sound pack for it. It's just first I'll get a maybe small service update, then we'll release the 340 and we'll fly with 340 for a while, and then I'll start working again on seals. Alright. Yeah, I've checked so many videos on CL650 and 605, which is the same thing, and I've checked in numerous videos and comparing, and this is really good. Only one thing is that Maybe I'll fix one little small thing. You might not even notice. Could be. All right. So, I like to break things up like this, so in chunks. So I don't start working on CDU unless I've done all this compartment checks, and the CDU can get completed as the passengers arrive. So I prefer that way. So we'll go and throw off all the dings and dongs. When the passengers arrive, I'll do the walk around and come back and do the CDU, the rest of the CDU, and all CDU pretty much, and then we'll be all set. All right, so we'll start with overhead. Check, auto. Switch these off since we don't need them, and we check their usage and working, so no need to have an auger should be on. Check the fuel boost pumps. 2 times, boom, 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 boom. Concrete, check press on, and followed by its own. Elevation, good. Anti-ice detection test. Windshield wind test. Okay. Let's be auto on and arms. Okay. We'll check the oxygen mask. And we move towards the audio panel. It's looking good. Looking good. Stall protection on. Alright. Looking good. Looking good. Check the CVR. Green light. And to the right side. Looking good. Now, check the overhead. Overheat MLG bay.
Gear bay overheat.
Overheat test. And toss. Terrain test.
Light slope.
And the TCAS test.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Pull up.
Let's finish this one. It's a test.
TCAS system test okay.
Okay. TCAS system test okay. Alright. Arm the thrust reversers once in a while, once in a month, or once in a week, whatever you wish. You can test the servo motor for the ATS. You can put down. Don't mind that noise. This is something that being fixed on. So you can put him onto the mid, press the lamp test, and then within 15 seconds press and hold ATS. They should come down. So it's supposed to say, oh, okay, sorry. That's you're supposed to also put in perf any type of target, like put like 88, whatever, something, and select it. So then in the mid, lamp test, and then ATS, and they're supposed to come down. Okay, 1 second. One more time. Middle. Lamp test. and ATS. See, they're coming down. Okay, good. Several tests. Yeah. I just love the way this model is made. It's so exact. I mean, precise. This is amazing. Vibrator. Fan vibration check. Here we go. Virex monitor. Test. Warning. Gotta go over these once again, or else we get later. Smoke detectors.
Smoke.
I will go to smoke in a sec. You see, my airplane worries about me. I will do that. I will go smoke. SPS test. You gotta press the step trim and press the protect the push the nose stabilizer up, and then these SPS press SPS test. And then when I press AP disconnect. Alright, then I'm gonna press the step trim disconnect. Boom. Step trim disconnects. Yaw damp disconnect. Boom. Yaw damp disconnects. Alright, then press again. Only this time only one. It's supposed to say step channel 2 and up. Then I'm gonna go disconnect again. Press channel 2 now this time. It says step channel 1 and up. Okay. And then I'm gonna put it on all on. Okay. And then for at last put the oral test. And that's it. Okay. I'm gonna get
Jet pipe overheat. Gear bay overheat. Smoke. Lead air duct.
Airplanes. Just worries about me that I didn't go to smoke. 5,000
Wing
ish.
overheat. Config flaps. Config trim. Config spoilers. Config brakes. Config autopilot. Cabin pressure. Door.
080 10 stat
Nose
view 25
door.
06
Gear
03029.
disagree. Engine oil. APU. Cell call.
Selka. Okay. And the second one, I'm just gonna briefly. Okay. See if we can get an ATIS. Departure ATIS here. Usually with a large airfield and airports like this, we can get the departure information uniform 0054 Zulu 000 at 0 knots 10 steps miles view 250 6 minus 5 2.3029 barrel 3029 departure runway 9 or left runway 8 tower frequency 18.5 for departure advise. Okay, 8 and what? 9 or left. Alright, that's looking good. So that's for me. Alright, so 8. Runway 8. Coalition 36. 5,000 nationality, climb mining assignment. Climb left turn 2545, maintain 5,000, expect clear now 5 minutes. I wonder if this departure works for runway 8 or not. Let's check. Alright, so yeah, let's bring the passengers in. Since we already start working on 8 CDU, so.
Hot start flight support. Jenny speaking. How
So I
can
hope
we
there's
help?
a chance you can do an ERJ 145 something. Maybe I'll do. Is there any good ERJ 145?
Understood. They'll be there in a couple of minutes. Anything else? Always a pleasure.
I mean,
Take care.
this aircraft kind of spoils it all because after this one you don't want to fly anything. But I gotta eat. Can't only fly always CL650, but it does spoils for you because it's made so good and realistic that after this all the other models seem like crap. Wait. Activate first. Then runway 8, Philly 3, execute. See, it doesn't know the fuel, and this is fine because it doesn't know it. Alright, so it's vectors 2, and then blah blah blah. And then the last one is OBK. We don't know we don't know the field yet. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna assume it's gonna be ILS 16 OBK transition just for now for the fuel count. And then we're gonna just connect it so the aircraft feels good about it. Going perfect it, and then we'll put the 7280. This is why I was writing this message. So now the message here, look at the right CDU. Boom. Discontinued. Okay, so we got 8 souls on board with 190 each, and I assume they bring like around 400 pounds of cargo. Cruise out 400 is now 400, okay. Alright, so yeah, average deviation I say minus 02, 30256. Minus 2. And here they come. First officer will take care of our passengers. I'll show them around and put their things in.
Hello, Captain. Hope you are doing well today.
Yes.
Great. There's nobody else coming along today. So as far as we're concerned, we're all good to go.
Thank you. The F4 will take care of you. Gonna be preparing the aircraft for takeoff. So give us another 10 minutes or so and we'll get going. 324-068. Wait, 324-068. There we go. RNTOD 27769. Alright, bam. Execute. Next page. Here we'll have to add the alternate and fine rest. So 1.4 and plus 1.3, so that's 2.7, and another add for these, so it's 2.8, 2,800. It's $100 for the taxi fuel. Alright. VNAV setup. I want to get there as quick as I can for fuel saving, so I'm gonna get a 250, but and then Mach 7.2, and then we'll get the long range cruise probably. Let's check here. Meh. No, let's do this selectable Mach 80. It's gonna get it much faster. And then descent. Mach 76 and 290. We'll do fast descent. Well, actually, let's do Mach 78, 290. She can do that. She can do that. She can do that. She can do that. Take off. Okay. Null. At null. -6 is it? Is it or just 6? 6, yeah, 6. Ooh. It's dropping though. It's getting down. Temperature is getting down, so we'll do an adjusted OET. So +4 3029er. Yeah. It's dry. And okay. We got ooh, they got a bunch of baggage with them. These are all not really correct. So 2 people will sit here. They're like 400 pounds each. 1 here. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, so that's roughly 3.7 and -5 inches. -5 inches. And -5 inches will bring us to unfortunately it doesn't give us Mach. I really wish it would give us Mach, but so I kinda have to just go off of that. It's okay. I can set something similar, you know, so it would be at a Mach, because I know the mid Mach. Alright, so it's gonna be 24.5. Bleed, send it, and go. Alright. Sure, we're getting good. Getting good. TLTO, all pass 5,200. T2. Alright, so we'll skip, I mean not skip, but we'll go through the rest of the compartment check. Just make sure they didn't forget anything. So compartment check is not a checklist. You don't have to go call each item and respond with a checklist. It's just do it this way. I did it while you prepare the aircraft. Let's check the drum roll as well. There's the drum roll. Also, above and above and Thierry. Thierry. Main. Oh, okay, sorry. This is why. This is why you go through it, because it'll get stuck. It would get stuck, and it would draw my attention. All right, so the departure procedures. We'll climb to 5,000 via vectors to initial fix. Rate of vectors. Departure 118.2. Master caution, master warning, below 80 aboard, 82 if you want aboard for engine fire aircraft unable to fly. We do have to abort, call reject, retire throttles, verify spoilers are up. Verify spoilers are up. Come on! What's with it though? Ah, okay, you don't like the DTW alternate. Well, tell you that we don't require no alternate, since it's really clear day, so none of the departure or arrival airport has any weather, so we don't require any alternate. So bye bye. See, problem solved. Well, I could have also insert something different into reserve. The reserve could be any up to required reserve 45 minutes, so it's good. So must cross master 1 below 80 aboard 80 do we want aboard for engine fire aircraft what supply or predictive wind shear 1. We do have to abort, reject the throttles, verify the spoilers are up, use breath stars if available, stop on the runway, you call ACC. We do the drill, we need to evacuate. We'll do evacuation. Okay. Engine out. Sit is climb runway heading to 2000 and right turn. Heading 180. No actions until 2000 except gear and cancel the bounce. What was that? What was that sound? I didn't like that. You know that what that sound makes that? It's the circuit breaker. Like, okay, so really something popped, dude. I can attest to that for sure. Something popped. I love the way they can move these things. Just check it real good. You guys see anything? Well, maybe not. Maybe it's something else. But usually that's what it does. I don't see anything sticking out, so... Man! Alright, well, I don't see anything on the cast, so... Okay, so I'll keep this information here for us, and this one will go to lead. It's gonna be to TO, and then for the climb we'll do a reduced climb for 85 here to to 5,000. Then we'll do the climb after. There we go. Okay. Y'all ready? Alright. I'm gonna go. The FO said he did the walk around. God damn it! He said he did walk around. I usually do like this, kind of, so it's overhead, a little bit lit up. Alright, so he said he did walk around. I'm just gonna go check the last check. Keep them. I'll see. No, it's our chalk, so I'm not gonna leave it here. Especially this after disconnection of the fuel guy. You can leave them on, out. I've seen them leave it off, like open. These unlatched and open. So alright. Well, she's looking good. Let's go, baby. We're gonna do a dual engine taxi. Alright, ladies and gents. Turn down the lights for you for takeoff. We're gonna do takeoff the automatic. Just gonna do a takeoff automatic message, so guys pay attention to it. And we are ready for takeoff, so we're gonna go start the plane. Any questions? Just knock on our door. All right. Alright, let's go. Now, before start flow. Before start flow. Before start checklist. Doors closed. Parking brake pressure checked. Set. Fuel quantity balance checked. Got a little bit more on the right side, so we're going to 2 AUX on the left. Beacon on, boost pumps on, ignition alpha on. Engine number 2 start, okay? Start number 2, please. Good, alright. Start number 2. Oops, don't do that. Start. This is like a foolproof, exactly for that. Okay, we got the good pressure, bleed pressure. Fuel on. Light off, ATT, to oil pressure. Check these sounds, guys. So maybe at some point I'll even turn off my. Because I don't want it like last time my paddles went off of me. And I usually I gotta buy something like, okay, my chair has rollers, so every time I gotta press the pedals, and pedals are really hard on, I mean they're as real, so I can set the pressure on pedals since they're full force feedback. So if my seat is not like secured, it'll move back and it'll slide, and potentially is a real recipe for disaster in real world. All right, start number 1. I've had in real world, I've had seat come off the latch and slide on me on takeoff once, and luckily grabbed panel and was able to move it. Go on. So this is a real bad situation. So even in a sim, because all right, forget about it. All right, after takeoff flow. Shush. Left, right, up, and down. What is this? Okay. Alright. And this doesn't come fully sometimes as well. Alright, after start checklist. Gen 1 and 2 on, and check ACs, DCs. Ignition, disarm, packs on, 14 stage open, calling TIs on, check 45 seconds, flight controls check, ground spoilers check, stowed auto, flight spoilers check, stowed, calling TIs check, green CAS is checked, supplementary ground wing anti-ice test on, fuel balance checked, trips 3, set for takeoff, now steering armed, APR tested, ATG unit tested. Supplementary ground wing anti-ice test. Okay. And let's hear for the wing. Huh? And ATS and 1 tail and TCAS ATA. Alright, so we're just waiting for supplementary and then we're good to go. Okay. Can use this. Okay, supplementary is good. Alright. Looking good. Now watch out. I fly the CL650 in real life, have stumbled upon this and enjoying it. Thank you. This is a great plane to fly. Sure wish my yoke and throttle were coated with stitched leather. Oh, yeah, it's... This one is really nice option here. Keep your hands nice and warm. Comfy. Yeah, since you fly this real thing, can you attest on how these engines sound in my sound pack that I made? Okay, so I'm gonna move a little bit of throttle so you can just check. Here, I'm gonna even be parked and check on the throttles and how it sounds. Here, I'll give it a little bit more thrust so you can get up to that, like, not the saw, but the bassy. You gotta really listen to it with good speakers. Alright. Taxi. Nose lights on. Right is clear. Left is clear. Brakes off. And taxi checklist. Taxi checklist. Taxi lights on. Wing calling TI is norm. And off. Well, off. Brake steering checked. Oof. Nice. Thrust reverses. Checked. Green lights. And off. Altimeter set cross check 3 times. Weather radar on. Takeoff briefing is reviewed. Here we coming. And these come off. Or maybe I'll put a little bit more lights here. Ooh. Who the hell? Alright, so we're going for the runway 8 here. I gotta set all the lights inside the cockpit real dim. As you guys know that at night, if any lights are more than needed inside the aircraft, it makes it really hard to see. Your eyes don't get adjusted to that. How the... Wait. I wanted to taxi a little bit more. This is... Zoom it in. This some straight apron. I mean, strange apron. It's not connected to this apron or what? It's unconnected via alpha. But there's no. I mean, explain with its. I think there's a link here, but it's just really hard to see. Yeah. Alright. Left is clear. And then we go to the right. Yeah, so I set all lights as dim as possible. How do you guys go for, do you use flex a lot for the flex takeoff? I know that once a week, or once a month I believe, you have to use the... Here. I gotta stop for this so I can because we already here. So once a week, you gotta, not once a week, once a month, you gotta use the full takeoff thrust to check it out, the MTO. I can and put the parking brake on since it's my chairs. What does that mean? Oh, this is crazy. One of the things I hate the most is when the seat is not correctly. Set. Okay, so and in normal operation, the plane is so powerful with regular thrust. I mean, that 88.2 is like a rocket. Since Jesus Christ, what the fuck is everything's falling apart? My microphone thing is. Hold on. Wow. This fucking thing is so. My God, dude. This happens now. Fucked up shit. God damn it. Gotta fix my microphone stand. Crap ass. Fuck ass. So gotta run up subscribe. Thanks, we'll be back. Thank you. Seems very good, although wearing both with A and R changes it all. Yeah, very accurate, in my opinion. Thank you. Yeah, that's the thing with all this noise cancelling equipment. I really this is what the reason why I don't like to wear noise cancelling stuff. I mean, it's you have really like when you're wearing both with the noise cancelling and stuff. It's like you're deaf. I mean, you're hear nothing at all except the ATC, especially. Well, maybe slightly, little bit, but with regular headsets, it's you still hear everything. So I'm pretty sure. Okay, what was gonna say? Yeah, so this aircraft is really powerful. So let me. Alright, so that's Delta coming up on the head. Alright, it's clear. It's clear. Set for now. I'll turn off the taxi lights since we gotta stand here for a little bit. The reason for that is I'm gonna go smoke since I forgot to do it, but I'll try to be quick, a few minutes. Again, for the brief for takeoff, we'll climb runway heading. Vectors to PTW, okay? And 5,000 initial. So before, when I come back, all we have to do is I'm gonna turn on the anti-collision lights, wing lights, the ignition, turn on probes, do one beep like that. Then do the before takeoff checklist, and that's it, and we're all good to go. So yeah, what I was saying is I wanted to ask the pilot how he does it, but I'm pretty sure it depends on his company and standard operating procedures for his company, but I think that sometimes I'd rather not use, you know, some pilots probably would not use the auto thrust for takeoff and not doing all these climb crazy settings, because it is powerful and you're gonna, like, if you got in like initial altitude of 5,000 or 3,000 or even 2,000 sometimes in small airports, you're gonna blow through it, because as well as it's gonna be uncomfortable for passengers. So I'd rather do it with my hands and a reduction altitude. In this case it's gonna be 800. I'll slightly go to like 80 and 1, which is gonna be like really smooth, unless going to like 90, which is 89.2 climb, right? Because it's gonna, you'll see, if I do that, the aircraft would be like at 17.5 pitch. It's just really doing it. I mean, really, the vertical speed would be like 5,000. So it's So I'll do a combination. So I'll take off with the. So I'm gonna turn off the ATS, and I'm gonna take off. I still got the N1 settings, which is 88.2, and I got the target, which is I'm gonna set actually to 83. This is for the climb, and the reason for that is the initial 5,000 altitude. It's 5,000, so it's, we gotta. You'll see what I'm saying. guys. Sorry for a little delay. I'm back. I'm gonna dim down everything I can. You can see the reason how it's much better. That one is coming off as well. Okay. it's too dark. So just a little bit, tiny bit. Now it's good. Okay. Maybe even more here. Just kind of pointed towards here. Towards the ceiling. Alright. Alright, so that's perfect. Okay. So before takeoff, flow here. Alright, before takeoff checklist. Passenger signs advised, and collision lights on, probes on, windshield heat on, recall anti-ice not required, continuous ignition on. T-gas, air rate, supplementary ground wing anti-ice panel check, CAS, takeoff config. Okay. Letting pulse recall on. Alright. And we are clear on approach. I'm going to confirm this is runway 8. It is. Real smooth takeoff, climb. Alright. Alright, so we'll climb heading 350 5,000. Clear takeoff. Reset. Power set. APR. Speed alive, 80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rig. Sure. Resync. Heading select. 800 cross climb. See how it climbs. Really nice. Even now it's 4,700 vertical speed. 1,500 flaps up. Filch 222. On to go. And now we can do climb, select ATS, speed. After takeoff flow. APU gen off, confirm, and off. Transition. And stop. Cross reverser is off. And cast is clear. Up to takeoff checklist. Landing gear up, flaps 0, thrust reverses off, continuous ignition off, pressurization check, fast transition complete, and one climb set, APU gen off, APU off, passenger signs on and auto. Gas clear. Alright, direct PTW. Now. Alright, 70 Victor, climb and maintain flight level 190. Alright, for the passenger comfort, see, one way I can do it is I can right off, I can start going by up on this dial, so I'm just gonna do it like this and just achieve smooth climb. And then I can do filch and then 250. Now we good. Resync. Beautiful. Look at that climb. So this is what I'm saying. When even now at this altitude, at 8,000 feet, it's doing 6,300 vertical speed with 250 and climb setting of 93.5. So this is what I mean when you got an altitude that you got to level out, which is okay, less than 10,000. Local lights up. And yeah, we'll do a 250 Mach 72. So even when you got a low altitude of level out, like 5,000, 3,000, 4,000, pressing climb and doing with the ATS is you gotta really be real prompt. So it's gonna do real big vertical speed, which is I think sort of uncomfortable for passengers. So. Climb maintain level 400. 70 Victor. 007. Alright, so we're gonna wait for the crossover altitude when our speeds indicated crossover to Mach speed. And below we can see the Philadelphia, which are we leaving, and this is transition altitude, so green lights off and do auto for the seat belts, logo lights is off, and standard and standard 3 times. Goodbye Philly, and on the way to Chicago. We got about 53 knots of headwind. Let's see, I believe they have something like jetways here, maybe? No. No, it's just a map, but oh, there you go. Like far high. No? Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Even got a traffic here as well. So this is like your iPad, pretty much. This is iPad, so it's similar to maybe like Fort Flight or something. It's pretty cool. You got really good situational awareness with these. You got really big DU. You can set it to map. I see people do it all kind of stuff, but usually on this one they'll set it all to map. So in order to do that on CCP, on the right CCP, you gotta, you can see it will be in off position. So if you set it to anything from off, like checklist, it's gonna be split, or ACAS, or summary, or you name it. So usually what they do is set this one to off. That way you got a really full display of map, where you can throw anything here. Basically, you can use CDU. Here, I'm gonna put the lights on a little bit. See what I'm pressing. So I bet you can, yeah. So you press display menu, and then you can switch on or off anything you like. So like intersections, I usually don't switch because it's just gonna overdo it. There's many intersections, so it's not really needed. It's the same way for terminal waypoints. So I usually set nearest airfields, airports, high nav 8s, low nav 8s. I'll explain why. High and low nav 8s, even though they're getting decommissioned, because VORs and etc. They still a good identifier for you to see what large airfield is there, because usually they're coincident with the large airfields. Okay. We got a window with a VNAV. So this one. And of course you got the ETA, speed, altitude, which gives you awareness of when you're gonna be there, and if there's any altitude and speed restrictions. So ETA, speed, and altitude is really crucial. Of course, Mr. Broach would be here. NDBs I don't set, since this is something that's dead already almost. I never even remember using NDBs that much. They don't use them. What else? Yeah, so this is display menu. Also, you can do is here, while we in cruise, you can do something like this, and this one you can have a prog, and this one legs. Just make sure, yeah, we're already on Mach 7.2, so that's the crossover altitude, Mach 7.2. We keep on climbing on Mach 7.2 now as our climb speed. So one more thing you can do is go here. Just kind of the same thing that we did, but more options. You can so upper menu is for the upper part of this display. So okay, this CCB is for the right, the primary, and this is for the map MFD, right? So here I can set press lower menu or upper menu, right? And the upper menu gives me a format, which is just as I've mentioned just before. So lower gives you a little bit more options, such as format. She usually don't change it because she's gonna do a plan or TCAS, so usually it's supposed to be in present position. But down below there are a few other things that are really useful, which is overlays, let's say. Usually this one is WX plus LX and traffic as well. But I have weather, well, terrain I have on the right side here and then left side, and traffic I have on these. This is for traffic and weather. This is more for like but I can set it the same way. So in overlays, I'm gonna select, oh sorry, not overlays, but map symbols. You can see all these. So you got geopolitical, I guess, where you can off, and then like the rivers, the kind of like rivers and so if you turn it off, it's just gonna be black. So it will not have the areas. I guess maybe this is counties or something, and countries, counties, states, as well as other geographical data. So I'll leave it on. Next is the airspace, which is obviously, it speaks for itself, so airspace. I'll leave it on as well. When you zoom it in, you can see the different airspace here. I think it's convenient. Kind of more for situational awareness as well. Now the airways, it's up to you, but I think it's just going to be overcrowded if you kind of look through it, because your own path just gets lost in this. You see, so you don't want it just too much, you know, because that way, I mean, you can turn it on and off just to see, but I think it's useless and big time use. Now I also set the TFRs just for the information, just to Okay, let it be. Nearest airports is really useful data. High nav aids, low nav aids already explained. Intersection already explained this is going to be overcrowded too. Look. Terminal waypoint, same thing. Airports, I don't used to. I mean, if you're going to turn all of them on, look what's going to happen. Same thing. Too much how do you say it? Not overcrowded, but cluttered. Yeah, cluttered. Too much clutter. Now, as far as NTBs, I already explained. ETA, speed, altitude, I think is crucial data. Missed approach, the same. Alternate flight plan, yeah, you can use it. It's on for now, but why not? And range arcs. Alt cell, yeah. And then you get LRN position, which is sometimes you can turn on as well. Okay, so that's for this menu. Now you got also a menu from the primary here, which is kind of interesting. Why they would set it here, but now here, okay, we gotta set max speed like 80 and set the perf on cruise, and we are on auto and seatbelts off. We are high 400. Yeah, so I'll explain on this is from this map. So pretty much it's broken down like this. One second. I want to listen to the real. Few bumps you can see a little bit. Okay. So,
Number 5 Foxtrot Alpha, descend to maintain 3000.
okay, so for those for people who are new to this, I'm gonna kind of go through just to explain a little bit. Because you can let me put a little bit lighter. So.
See if I can work that out for you.
Alright. There you go. It's too bright. Alright, so you can kind of see this is the brightness. Alright, it says primary, so it says PFD, MFD, so it's primary flight display and map flight display. Same way as for this one, okay? You can set brightness, which is really important, I think, to set the correct one at the correct time of the day. So at night, you kind of don't want it too bright because you see how it's going to be over bright. And that's even half, okay? So since I'm showing it, I'm gonna set to this position here, which is okay. Okay. So here, your main.
Like 611, you can proceed direct jig up for a visual approach runway 19er at Wilmington.
So main thing you're going to be working with is this. Is your flight control panel, which is FCP, which is located here. Your left primary flight display, left multifunction display, and your right multifunction display. So those are three main displays. If you are pilot flying on the left side, you're going to be working with. As well as two CDUs and these display control panels. So they're kind of broken down in this order. So display control panel is up, right, left display control panel, right display control panel, left cursor control panel, and right cursor control panel. So DCP, CCP, DCP, CCP. So your DCP goes for this one, for the primary. Your CCP goes for your MFD, and then according to the other side, the same thing. Your DCP, your DCP goes for your primary, right primary, and CCP goes for your left primary. So kind of maybe sometimes you get confused, and sometimes I even get confused when they start dial something on this one and like, oh, I'm changing on the right one. So easy to remember is the up one is primary, the left one is secondary. So primary to secondary. Boom, boom. And that's it. So this is as far as your navigation and instruments. This is basically three main things, right? So FCP, displays, CDU, and CCP. So this is what you're. So I suggest that you guys either set up the buttons on which is located. All the buttons you can set and assign here. It's not like Microsoft flights, right? So you can assign to anything. You see, I even assigned here. I'm gonna press the button. See, boom, and then I can switch with these on my without pressing anything, and so you can easily assign anything you like. Also, for your convenience, there's a there is a EFB iPad here, a bunch of charts, and here's the chart for high, FR high, and then you can set for the airports and do all kind of charts here. So we are arriving in PWK. So easily like that. I use it a lot here, so it's really convenient. Before I didn't use, but now I kind of got used to it. It's really good. As well as you can use here by pressing the chart button, which is located in here. And the chart button, okay, this is chart button only works on the right one here. I guess it's really up to an to the operator, because maybe they can order to work on, but this panel I've never seen so it goes anything different. Usually that something is hard built, like ICAS here. So if I would be like upper menu here is gonna tell me selection inactive. So upper menu on the ICAS does not work because it wants you to have this upper portion of it at all times because it's crucial information. It's your engine data and your stab and flight controls, and gear, etc. So I guess sort of you can kind of think of this map flight display, the left map flight display. Kind of think of it as something built in, like this upper part it doesn't change, so it's there all the time. I mean, you can trick the aircraft probably and kind of move ICAS with these reversionary selectors. So kind of, you see, boom, so it reversed primary. Let me, yeah. But nothing good comes out of this. This is more for abnormal operation. So I wouldn't recommend doing anything like that. But you see, this is what I'm saying. So now we messed it up, and it says already V speed here. Well, usually it's not supposed to do anything like this, but you see, you kind of mess things up like here. Right MFD, left MFD, so you can move that ICAS towards the right side if that's somebody, if the first officer or pilot flying is on the right. You can move to the here. V speeds, okay. Hold on a second. 80, 243, 242. 242, okay. Well, the reason is doing the VSPD here, letters, it's probably the refs. So, yeah. Okay. I'll get to that part. You got 2 escape buttons, which is good if you need to escape from the any. Okay, so usually it's not supposed to mess anything up, but this is just switching the displays. Okay, so like I said, you can move that iCast towards the right side, and then that menu just becomes black for now. So I just recommend to keep it as is, unless it's abnormal. So perhaps because when I started to learn this type, for me, maybe the hardest thing would be to get to understand not the logic of DCP, kind of. Once you understand the logic of it, it's easy. I mean, kind of not to get lost in all these buttons here, because it looks confusing. It looks like, oh, there's too many buttons, but in reality, they're really easy. A lot of these that you can see here and here and here and here, all of them are kind of like redundant buttons up to menus in CDU and amongst in between them, both of them. So you kind of get the same, you know, 2 buttons can do the same thing. For example, let's take, for example, this DCP, the left DCP, right? So, or DCP1, you know, so like the same thing as engine number 1 is the left engine, and engine number 2 is the right engine. Same thing, anything in cockpit could be said DCP1 or DCP2, but based on the side, or like it used to be in the past, it's called starboard and port. All right. So now, either going left or right, go DCP1 or DCP2. Alright, so one thing I would advise to do is to create a hard views, like this one is basic view, like view in the cockpit, right? Based on this device. So I'm kind of sitting like this, so for me it's good. But usually it would be, you would see something like that, probably. So this is the perfect position for this, but I'm more got used to this kind, so it's okay for me. And one thing you can notice right away that your yoke is covering the part of the lower primer flight display, which is just fine. You can do it just kind of like lean and look. And it doesn't cover anything important here. This is why this part of the display, you only use like the upper part. Again, it depends on the pilot and operator and etc. But a lot of companies use this lower part for like TCAS, like traffic or terrain. So in mine, I use it for terrain, weather, and traffic information. So notice when I do the range, you see how the range changes in both of them. So I can set it to specific range and I can see the traffic. If the traffic is near, it'll show me on the left side, in order not to clutter the right one. The right one is just kind of like a redundancy for MFD. If I want to really close, like if I don't have time to look towards here, I kind of go like brief look to the right side and it'll get me there. You know what I mean?
American 2934, descend to maintain 6,000.
So I'd say these two upper parts is they kind of stay there for normal operations. You know, upper primary and upper MFT. And then with the other two, except this one, you kind of can mess around. So you can, I mean, not other two, but 1, 2, 3. So 3 parts of 2 displays. Lower part of this one and upper and lower part of this one. And then you can put different data, such as I can press summary, for example, and I'll get the summary here if I need, or like an engine start, right? I need to press like summary to see the bleed pressure and like the volts and amps, or before the descent, like if I want to see the inboard and outboard brake pressure to make sure the hydraulics is operating good for landing, or our cabin rate, you name it, or fuel quantity, which fuel quantity is already here, but still. So yeah, and again, you see I pressed the summary as a button for it, right? So you got a summary button, and this is kind of broken down into 2 parts too, like in many parts. I mean, it's broken down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts. So memory is just something you can set to show you specific ways. So, okay, so memory 1, if I press, you can press any configuration and you wish, and then press and hold that memory button, it will save it. So even though you park there and you fly next time, it's still gonna remember that. It's like your car seats. When you have a seat in your car and you memorize it, like in Mercedes-Benz or something, and you press that button, it'll put your seat into that position. So the same thing is memory here. For example, I set the memory 2 for map display. Not the present position, but map. Okay, so it's map, so that's why it's showing like this. And when I press memory 1, it brings me back to the same position. Or when I press memory 3, I set it to TCAS. But again, let's say I wanted the summary here when I press 3. I put the summary and then I press and hold memory 3, and it's gonna say store and complete. Right, so when it's store complete, whenever I press, like for example memory 1, it's here as our regular location, and then I press memory 2, oh, it doesn't do it, okay? I guess it doesn't save the mode. But anyway, you got these buttons here that you can go by the system's kind of AC, DC, hydraulic, flight. Press them all, and you can see how it switches in the lower part. And then if you're on summary, for example, you want the regular map display, you can just press summary again, and then change that. As well as you can change it this way, for example, lower menu,
American 2934, turn left direct Java, descend and maintain 3000 if I didn't give you that already.
Oh. This is with the other display like that, but this one is not. You see, they kind of hard built into something. You see lower menu here. I mean upper menu. You can change to specific data, like kind of you can press it checklist and it's gonna break into checklist. ICAS is gonna break into ICAS. Summary is gonna show summary. AC electric is gonna do AC electric. DC hydraulics, light controls, etc. For the lower part, you don't have that format menu, I guess. For the lower part, the format is here. So we got the upper menu. Let's say hydraulic. I'll have two hydraulics, but the format of the lower is only these buttons. Okay, but in this one, in left map display, the upper menu does not work, so it will not be able to change this, I guess, unless you're doing the reversionary. So a lot of fun with these Proline coins. So, not to confuse you guys more, I'm just gonna break it down to this. So, primary, map display, primary, DCP, CCP, DCP2, CCP2, and they work for each. So you can go and kind of explore and see what works, what not, and soon you'll just remember. Now you got a few other options here, things to remember. You got your CAS, which is here. Your CAS is here. And you got the CAS button, which is we can do recall. So for example, you press that big CAS button here. Usually clears out or brings out the most recent caution messages or warning messages or informational messages. But it's clear now since it's nothing to use, you know. But if I would be changing something, for example, you see I put directed the left fuel tank to auxiliary tank, and whenever they're gonna even out, like here, 2340 and 2340 or 2330 by that time probably, it's gonna give me a CAS message. I just wanted to show you the CAS message. This is why I'm gonna do it. So see, it's bumping left wing fuel to auxiliary, main auxiliary, like a center tank, let's say probably. See, it's bumping, and then it's gonna spread into the wings, on the wings. See, now it gave me a CAS message. Fuel crossfeeds SOV open. That means, and I can press that CAS. It says messages, right? So even if I put out the caution message, you can still see there are messages here. So you can always press CAS, and I will spawn the messages. It will recall, kind of. So it recalls the messages here. Now, that fuel we just took from one wing to another, it is not gonna go anywhere. I mean, it's just gonna either spread between the wings or it's gonna get used first. see this is already getting used up. It's probably getting pumped into the back into the left wing. So the fuel system here, it's kind of strange. I mean, it's a little bit confusing. It's more complex than, for example, like a 737 or A320, because it's got all these extra tanks, and that's the reason. So you kind of, if you look at the fuel system, you got a whole bunch of tanks. Like you got a center auxiliary tank, you got a forward auxiliary tank, you got an aft auxiliary tank, you got a saddle tanks and tail tanks. The good thing about this model is that you can find this information yourself, and you can just read all of this stuff. You can read and all this information about every and each item. And you got like the motive system, transfer system, the fuel refuels, lever sensors. I mean, you can just go and through them and read all the interesting data. So this is kind of like a built-in FCOM, even more. I mean, the level of job done on this model is unimaginable. I mean, this is like, because I always say the truth about, like, if I say the model is shit, in my opinion, it'll be shit. This model is, hands down, the best so far created on the level of implemented. Alright. So we are currently in, is that Lake Ontario? Always, Lake Erie. Lake Erie passing. So we're passing Lake Erie. I think Cleveland somewhere below there. So that means we're almost there. Because by the time we're gonna even be on the other side of Lake Michigan, we're already gonna start descent. So we don't have too much time to tell you about some more stuff. What else is good here? I mean, everything is good here, but I mean something that useful. Things like that, for example. You see, this got some buttons, same buttons on DCP and CCP. For example, like traffic or terrain and weather. Same thing here. You got where's that? Traffic, terrain, weather. You got refs. For example, refs. Okay, by pressing refs, you see on the primary, you see that menu shows up, right? You can also get to that menu within the menu itself. Just press menu and going to the menu of the primary and go into references. And so this is why I'm saying that there's a lot of redundant things here that lead to the same. Same thing with traffic and terrain weather. This is all the same thing. And of course the menu and data and tilt and range, it's kind of similar to Garmin, where you have the outer and the inner menu. And yeah, make sure you don't change those, because you're gonna have fun. You're gonna have a surprise. If you change the preset nav here, you're gonna be having trouble. Change the from S1 because nav sources are.
Flight 187, New York Center, 132.2, good night.
I got caught on this one a few times.
UPS 1445, turn left, heading 180. How much longer for the check?
So I'd rather not use these.
UPS 1445, roger, turn left, heading 120.
You also got like the comms menu here,
Delta 2143,
which
turn
is
right, 240,
some people perhaps use it. I don't.
Chrono 976, time maintain 10.
I guess it's just the way of how you get used to it. So you know you can use these by pushing frequency and then dialing. I don't even want to show it this, but you can use these all that upper data here. It's like one more part of the display. Same thing as on the right side, but I don't use it because guess what? There's an easy way to use. You can press tune and do the same thing in here. To me, it's more convenient of entering the frequency here by just going like this and boom. This is much faster to me than just each frequency. Just that's my own option. I mean my opinion. See, you got the radio menus and la la la. And here's the menu for that one. So it's radio data. You can set the frequency in here. You see that spinning here. So and then press swap frequencies. But in my opinion, it's much better doing it here. As well as you got some presets in here. If you're pressing the COM 1 and 2, store stuff in here like ground. For example, like ground frequencies like 1 to 1.7, which is common ground frequency, or 1 to 1.9, which is common ground frequency. You can pre-select them and use them if you like. So a lot of good stuff.
UPS 1153, turn right, heading 240.
240.
UPS 1273, heavy descent and maintain 6,000. UPS 1153, 2 approach also 2,100, those steps on the localizer, clear down left, runway 27 right.
Alright, and about, let's say,
Southwest 505, descend and maintain 3,000.
yeah, our top of descent is, like I said, is just before Lake Michigan. So by the time we get to fixed code Eschen, that's when I'm gonna start preparing for this. But for now, we still got time.
Southwest 505, descend and maintain 2,100.
And we are Cleveland Center.
UPS 1445, turn left, heading 070. UPS 1445, looks like it's 080 heading. Southwest 505, turn right, heading 240, descend and maintain 2,100. And you can join the 27 right localizer for Southwest 505. line heading 120, descend and maintain 3000. Southwest 505, clear visual approach, runway 27 right.
You gotta love the night flying. So there are other things here to see. Like there are plenty stuff to see here. I mean, let's maybe.
American 513, reduce speed to 190. Southwest 505, power 118.5.
I'm in process of learning to type every day. I mean, I find some new things and read. I'm discovering new things. But I'll just tell a few things that I know myself already. Because there possibly are people here that want to learn this type, and they're just in different stages of learning. I'm not gonna do like real easy stuff like, oh, this is the speed and this is the altitude. You know, I'm not gonna specify that, because actually look at here and you got every and each. I don't know if you guys can see it, but you can see pixels of display in each. This is how good it made. So it's kind of like resembles the real. Kind of bumpy here over the lake. So yeah, let's go over a little bit of the FCP.
American 513, proceed direct Delta, descend and maintain 2100. Take that jet 320, proceed direct eastbound.
Well, let's start maybe with an EFIS. Or glare shield, they used to call it glare shield. So your glare shield has a few things.
November 347 Bravo Delta, Philly departure, INET. November 347 Bravo Delta, radar contact, miles southwest of the Trenton Airport, Philly altimeter 3030, climb maintain 4000. Yeah. American 513, advise the field is setting 12 o'clock 101. American 513, clear visual approach, runway 27 right. November 347 Bravo Delta, just be advised in the future, if you're going to depart on your own, you need to swap VFR. I know you already stumbled clearance, but you need to hold for release. They give some call if you want that release time. If you're going to depart VFR, just swap VFR and then give us a call. November 347 Bravo Delta, turn right, heading 360. UPS 1273, have to reduce speed to 170, that descend and maintain 5000. November 347 Bravo Delta, turn right, heading 040. American 513, power 118.5. UPS 1273, heavy, November 347 Bravo Delta, you can contact New York approach on 128.8, or now 5 approaching Morris Town. Good night. 45 is going to maintain 3,000, turn left. Heading 070.
Okay, so yeah, so let's show you that kind of brief. We're not not gonna go deep into the systems or anything like that, but it's just kind of brief. Yeah, your autopilot, right? FCP or autopilot panel. Your main modes would be on your annunciation part here, which is like called FMA. Not sure on this type if it's called FMA or not. Yeah, it's still called FMA, I believe. Okay, so currently you can see that we have bank illuminated, and you got LNAV1 and autopilot. The arrow shows to the left, so that means it's from the left side. This aircraft is being flown, and Alt S, which is altitude selected. In here, we got a kind of standard set. We got course 1, course 2, speed, heading, and altitude dials. And these, of course, work as other planes the same way. It's really similar to Collins autopilot on Boeing, except you got have bank button, which is the have bank actually gets it auto selects at 31 flight level 315, and it deselects below 315. So as you climb and you go over the 31,500 feet, it'll select the have bank itself. It's not necessarily to run it. I can switch it off, and you see it on FMA. It's gone now. I can select it. Filch or FLC. This is kind of flight level change, which is run off the thrust. So it's run off two modes, climb and descent. Okay, so on the climb, it runs off either hard. So for example, your ATS is clamped, right? So it's kind of is pushing the climb N1, right? That means your autopilot with the filch, with the flight level change mode, it will seek your pitch so that aircraft maintaining that N1, which is selected, can hold that speed. So basically it's a speed mode which depends off of thrust, and it seeks the correct pitch to hold that speed using that thrust, pretty much. It's not necessarily you can. Okay, let's, for example, I'm not gonna mail. I'll show it on the way down, but I'll try to explain with words. If you don't have auto thrust system activated and you're using manual thrust, say, your pitch will how much pitch you have, like 5 or 10 degrees or 15, will depend on how much thrust you input. So if you want, for say, climb with a kind of not really big vertical speed, and by using lower thrust, you're able to. So it will hold that speed with a specific thrust that you input. So this is kind of a really good protection versus vertical speed on the climb, since vertical speed will hold only vertical speed. So it will not provide you security over the speed. So that's why they don't use it on the climb, vertical speed. If they use it on the climb, they just use it briefly on the climb out, and just initially. I still don't understand people who use it, because you got a perfect pitch sync button located in the back here, which you can map into. This is a pitch sync right here. By pressing it, your flight director will match with your current pitch. So, like for example, you took off. You can rewind back and see where I said pitch sync on the takeoff. Since we are, instead of trimming and trying to go for the magenta I can look at my speed and I can see how aircraft wants to fly with a specific thrust. So it's all about thrust, right? It's all about that. So this is why it's a really useful tool. Contrary on the descent, flight level change will give flight level change selected and new altitude selected. Your aircraft will seek the pitch. Now the pitch down. It will seek the amount of pitch down to hold that speed. Whoever flies a lot, they have no problem understanding what's the flight level change modes like. So it's kind of mode based off of thrust that directs. So it gives you the speed based on the pitch. So let's say what given thrust. This is if I would just brief it. This is why on descent, if you're using like idle descent, like idle flight level change, it'll give you a lot of vertical speed on the way down on this type of aircraft. And Boeing 737, for example, not. But this aircraft descends with the higher N1 settings than Boeing. And that's understandable. So the VNAV in this aircraft is more or less I'd say for informational methods only, but they still use it. It's not as the VNAV in 737 NG or other aircraft such as 7777. So here VNAV is more informational purposes, but you still use it for LPV approach. You still can use it on descent though. It's just not that precise.
1429, reduce speed to 170, then descend and maintain.
So mainly on this aircraft, they'll use the vertical speed on descent
UPS 1055 heavy, descend and maintain.
and or well, you see the reason I wouldn't use flight level change on the descent on this aircraft, since like I said, flight level change on the way down, it uses idle thrust. When you descend, it uses idle thrust. So in order for this aircraft to keep up that speed you selected and use flight level change, which is zero thrust, it will pitch down a lot. So the best way of getting down is vertical speed, and the easiest way, like I said before, is to use half of ground speed. This is for your 3-degree down descent, which your ground speed is located in the left on the left side of the present position on that rose on this display, on the primary flight display left. And you see it says GS 370. So if we were to start descent right now with a given speed, I would use 1900 of vertical speed, which is kind of just based off of that 372 ground speed. I would take 372 divided by 2, which gives me 186, and I would add 0, which would make 1860. So round up to 1900. This is how much vertical speed I would use. This is regular stuff. This is the most easiest and most kind of like the base of foundation of flying, which is for 3-degree descent. You use that ground speed. It works on every aircraft, from Cessna to 777 to 380, whatever. 3-degree with the ground speed divided by 2 gives you that number, which you add 0 to of your desirable vertical speed with a given ground speed. And of course, using settings of performance, like descent performance, right? It's descent speeds. Each aircraft has like plates of descents and climb speeds, right? Depending on what you want to achieve. So, based on these speeds, which you actually enter in here, which you enter in here, like descent, you know, Mach 78 crossover 290. Based on those, your ground speed will always drain as you descend. So it will become less and less. So does your vertical speed. So you will have to adjust your vertical speed from, you know, the good way to start is always like around 2,000 feet per minute on the way down. And then as you come down, you adjust it, and then from 2,000 minus 2,000 feet per minute on initial descent from flight level, it ends with approximately minus 700 vertical speed, as when you are already on the approach. Because guess what? Your approach is around 140 ground speed. Divided by 2, 70. here comes the vertical, the top of descent. So
Departure 2026, reduce speed to 170.
I'll just kind of show you the way. See, people nowadays, they don't like to think a lot. They like to save their time, whatever. So I'll show you the way to descend without thinking, but that will 100% will give you normal outcome. So maximum automation, minimum brain. Okay, so magenta boys, all this. So first, what you gotta do is decide what target speed you will have to do. So based on your winds and all the data. So look at your current Mach speed, which is Mach 80, and your indicator speed, which is 240. Of course, you will not succeed descending with Mach 80 for too long, because you're gonna bump up into the red barber pole. So, like they say in aviation before, go down, slow down. But there are other kinds like dive and drive, or drive and yes. Dive and drive, yeah, something like that. So basically, you can so for example, if you would have Mach 80 and then 250, guess what it's gonna give you? That will give you, as when we're gonna start descending, your Mach 80 speed will stay at the same glued spot, right? But your indicated airspeed will grow with the descent. So you'll hit into 250, and that's going to be your crossover altitude. That means you have to push your speed button and then set 250 in here. So that's kind of not something you want to do, right? I mean, you'd want to probably keep up the speed as much as you could, right? That'll get you faster. It also will waste your fuel, but in this case the fuel is not a question. So let's do this. We'll set the maximum fast way to get down. So we'll set Mach 80 and we'll set 300. So this is probably the fastest way to get down, and we'll execute it. So now watch how it's gonna go. We'll use the VNAV, etc. So now it's gonna recalculate the VNAV for that target speed. For 3 degree VPA. So it's perfect weather in Chicago. I'm not gonna sweat for any instrument approach. I'm just gonna do a visual. More or less, I'll show you how to do a visual. It's easy to. Alright, so press vertical, VNAV, as you get closer to the TOD. Now you have indication of VNAV here, the magenta, and it's switched to VLS, so it's selected altitude. Now it's gonna beep twice. It's gonna do like boop boop before it starts descending. I didn't miss it already. No, good. Okay. So remember, we're doing the most. Oh, I didn't change the altitude, so nothing would happen right now. Good, I looked. Can't turn off brain that much. I'm gonna switch 10,000. So if I would have done it, it would beep twice, but it didn't. Okay, so boom. So VNAV took the plane. It's doing VPath, and the FMA indication is Alt S, which is 10,000. Altitude selected. It's armed, and we are doing 2,700 feet per minute on with the 80 Mach 80. So it's gonna hold Mach 80 on the way to Chicago, and you already have a banana, white banana here, so it says 10,000 is gonna be here. All right, I'm gonna change a few things here. So I'll press this. Since we're gonna be doing visual, I don't want all this data. What's our flight plan look like? OBK, okay, direct. Sure. So we're not gonna need ILS since the weather there is perfect. I'm just gonna do a runway 6 and extended center line 5 miles. Sure. Let's do that. See, something that this plane doesn't like is recalculating, because you see, notice how our vertical speed disappeared here, vertical path. It doesn't like the discontinuity, this is why. See, no VPath condition. It'll fix that. So we're kind of a little bit above, but it'll get there. So notice I've created simple visual approach. So our point is 5 miles. Our extended center line point is like 5 miles from runway, and it's near the OBK VOR, which is on our flight plan, so it's good. 5 miles. Five miles. With the 3 degree, I'm not gonna go in it, but just trust me. This is to lose 5 miles in 3 degree descent is about, you'll use about 1,600 feet. Okay, so 1,600 feet above the elevation of Chicago, which is 700, is. Wait. That's 2,200. So yeah, this is how it's calculated. So it's automatically calculated 3 degree, which is fine. So you're just gonna cross-check the aircraft. So again, remember, we're doing stupid flying, kind of like more computer, less brain. So. And also, you see, if we are below, see what I kind of missed it. I wanted to tell you, as we were down with Mach 80, our speed was growing. So whenever it reached the 280 we've created here, it switched to that. So whenever it reached that, well, actually we wanted 300, but It's okay. It recalculated exactly because we were too high. So I'm gonna press pitch down a few times to make our descent more steeper, so that we reach our vertical back, which you can do. Another thing you can do is a little bit of spoilers, which is fine. Alright, so let's not get the aircraft to fly in front of us. So set the airport elevation. Get the data link, weather. We'll request the METON. I'm gonna start to get my eyes adjusted to more or less, and at some point, there you go. We'll get the seatbelt sign on. Okay, here's the information. I'm gonna enter that information here in perf. Approach 17010. That's perfect. Runway 16, 16. 3003. All that I did because I need to know this. I need to know my altitude of airport and its barrel. See, this baby is doing hard. I'm gonna help it because we kind of behind, since it recalculated. We were initially set for ILS. This is why we were further out. So we talked down top of the descent point. This also is useful for those who find themselves in this situation. So we're chasing vertical path. And we are successful. We're almost there. As this moves up, that means we are getting closer to it. But again, keep in mind that the VNAV in this aircraft is not good at all. You gotta use it with brain, and you gotta use this aircraft. I mean, it's not recommended for those who just want to fly with no brain. But I'm still showing on how to do it without. Alright, one more thing we can do is get our speed down. That way we'll be on more success to find it. Here it comes. See, we've reached. We kind of dove, so dive and drive. This is why it's called dive and drive. So even though we were higher, now we reached that vertical. Automated vertical, so automated calculation. So now it's gonna grab that, boom, grab that. So now it's driving via the VNAV. Okay, so now we can get back the speed, its transition level, so logo and wing lines, and the 3003. 3 times. Okay, so at some point at 10,000 we want our regular 250, which is the law. So at some point, depending on how fast you're descending, you're just gonna dial it down. But keep in mind this, it slows down really good. So all right, so we're gonna run our descent checklist. There's Chicago already, huh? Shoulder harnesses secured, passenger signs on auto, pressurization set, fuel quantity balance check, FMS landing data chart set, approach briefing reviewed, complete. We're gonna set in 10th, and we're gonna do the sand here. Boom. Again, using no brain, let the automation flow. Okay, so as we get closer to 10,000, dial down to 250 or 240. I advise for 240 is better than 250 because that way you're. Here's the coast of Chicago. At some point when you're around 10,000 feet, if you're correct on your descent, you should be in range of the airfield. So that means you gotta start the APU in order to do the transition. And you gotta prepare your customers, the landing, and you're gonna do the in-range check. So this is the least use of brain as you can, as some of you like. The least. Alright, so the APU is online, the APU gen's online. AC/DC check, it's good. Good God. Alright, and then do the transition. Okay, now it's gonna say our ATS failed, which is not failed, it's just automatic what it does. What you gotta do is disconnect ATS, boom, you gotta go to perf and select TO. This is for the any mode basically will do, but not do a TO, and then back to reselect ATS. It's just a protection. Alright, so now it's strictly of flap and speed management. 1 degree. Alright, so we'll gonna continue to our. You can set our 2,200, which we did before, right? Remember, we want this the most stupid, dumb without thinking, not dumb, but just automated. And only one thing in nuance is this is visual landing. Of course, this is not 10,000 feet lights on, and then slow it down to 40. Just gonna go check and all right. It's gonna cut through that a little bit, so I'm gonna slow down early a little bit. These things we kind of can't really do really dumb because it's just experience. But generally speaking, you want 21 miles out, you start wanting to decelerate to clean man speed. At 13 miles, you're gonna want to be at 180, and 7 miles, you're gonna want to start gearing down and doing the flaps. So that's already about 13 miles, but don't forget that we also have way back here. This is why I'm not doing it just yet. And also as well, okay. In-range checklist, APU started, altimeter set, cross-check, avionics, external lights on, N1 target set, APU back position, lead, APU gen on, gas check. Alright, now I'll start slowing down. The clean man, I use about 220 in all case. .220 you can't miss. 220 is always gonna cover all the clean man speeds in this aircraft. That means with this speed of 220, you won't, with no flaps, you won't stall, or you won't, like, it'll be comfy. It's not gonna go pitch up like 7 or 5 you know, degrees or anything, so it's gonna be right there. Okay. Alright, so we are in for situational awareness, gonna do this a little bit. Alright. 5 miles. Okay, we are approaching onto, at about 5 miles from that OBK, I'm gonna start slowing down to 180. 5, 10, 13, well, already can start slowing down. Okay, gonna dial 190 first. Let that baby slow down, maybe helps them spoilers. Just gonna help it out a little bit. Help her slow down, and if she comes through 3210, I'm gonna select flaps 20. Move. Speed 180.
Turn 1742, you're 10 miles from Zubac, maintain 3,000, so that's on the localizer.
It's gonna seek that turn, so it's gonna probably go kind of S turning a little bit. That's okay. So I'm gonna keep it 180 for now. Let's do this here. Let's square it up a little bit.
American 2189, descend and maintain 6,000, proceed direct.
And I'm gonna do RX, but this is already using brain. I'm sorry for those who doesn't have it. So I'm gonna
Kronos 187, you're 12 miles from Lasby, cross Lasby at 3,000.
execute now.
The RNAV runway 6 approach at wing.
But this is easy. You see what I've done? I've just waited until when it was straight angle and just squared it in with nav. So you should be all fine for those of you who don't want to use brain. For the final approach course, missed approach course, or whatever, how you say it. Alright, so we're gonna slow down to 170 here now. And as we go, gear down. Speed 160.
2,500.
Checks. Laps 30. And then select vertical speed with start with 1000. And then you'll adjust. Landing checklist down 3 greens, flaps full. And then flaps full coming on. Dial down the speed. We'll still use vertical speed 1000. Full landing checklist, no steering scan, vehicle experiences. And you see we're kind of a little bit higher, but that's okay. So that's what that how it will get you. to. This is not perfect like visual, but it'll get you there. So now you're fully with visual. Now you can just kind of drive it your own. So that's the most efficient way to get there with no brain. See, like I didn't do any calculations, anything. Didn't do any much of CDU work, nothing. So it still got me here. It's perfectly clear weather. What do you want? On final, just disconnect it and drive it.
1,000.
Check. Stable and on the speed. See, coming in with a Poppy or Bossy, and very good. Now you can disconnect the flight director and set the if it's the approach altitude. At some point, let's disconnect the ATS.
500.
It's a short runway, so I'll keep in mind. No floaties. Don't mind the trees, they're not supposed to be there.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Spoilers, rev. Butter! So, I'll stop and then I'll do a debrief. Whenever we arrive. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of training flights to show you what I mean around perfect ways of doing it. Do it after landing flow. Alright, so located here, straight down to Alpha.
Cronus 187, there's no traffic declared between you and the field. Radar services are terminated. Frequency changes approved. You can report cancellation of IFR on this frequency if you're in the air, or call me on the telephone as soon as practical after landing. Cronus 187, cancellation is received. You can swap VFR frequency change approved. Have a good night.
I think it's too much of the N2 sound. I might fix it a little bit.
American 2189, turn left heading 050. Descend and
For some
maintain
reason,
3,000
I really
and
like
speed
the
is
other
discretion.
kind better. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change it later on. Let's do this. Because I really like the other sound a little bit more, but I'm gonna compare. I'm gonna see what I like. I'm gonna keep this one and change a little bit of. Well, maybe not. Let's hold on. Let's before that, I'm gonna. This is 62. 62, 26. 1 sec. $62. A4. Yeah, okay. Sixty-two, 44. Let's do this 1.5, 44, 44, 65, 1.5. There you go. Okay. So I changed a little bit of N1 sound. I mean N2, I believe. So hold on a sec. Okay, so the debrief of this flight, you can see that easily with no brain, nothing, no thinking, we've been able to use even this vertical speed all the way down to visual approach. It calculated perfectly. You calculated even that extended mile.
American 2189, turn left, heading 350.
Pushback failure. Aircraft appear.
It even calculated that extended
American 2189, descend and maintain 2,100. Advise when you have the field in sight, it will be at your 10 to 11 o'clock and 10 miles.
Okay, so even calculated that altitudes that I was, but right now, for those who like, I'll show you ways of doing that really easy but correctly. I mean, of course, there are ways of doing it by the book, but I'll show you the easiest ways. Okay.
Pushback failure. Aircraft appears to not have any steerable gears.
Or maybe not. We'll see. I'm gonna go smoke it and think about it. Okay, I guess it's okay for now. Question is, how the fuck it started raining when I was coming in? Just looking at perfect clear weather and now guess it's already first signs of that system coming in. Alright, so I'm gonna turn around. Take care of our peeps.
Hot start flight support. Jenny speaking. How can we help?
Pick you up. Pick you up.
Of course. I'll have that over with you in a minute or two. Anything else?
Yeah, that's it. Well, get some fuel.
Of course. I'll have that over with you in a minute or two. Anything else? Always a pleasure. Take care.
Bye. Exit lights off, parking brake set, rear start still, Gen 1 and 2 off, engine 2 shut down, fuel boost pumps off, TIs off, 14 stage off, beacon off, booster off, TCAS. Standing. Brake. It's on for now, best signs off, camera pressure 0. Oh, surround. Surround. Cycle down. See ya. Я сам actually. А. Не знаю, подумал, если сейчас. Ну, вообще хочется подрезаться, поэтому подрезаюсь.
Alright, Captain. Fuel truck is hooked up. Just let me know how much fuel you need. Or would you like to go tanks full today? Alright, I'm gonna go start up the pump. Just one quick signature on here, and I'll be on my way. Here's a copy for your records. Have a nice day.
bay, overheat.
2500. 2500. 20, 10.
Config flaps. Config flaps. 1,000. 500. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 100. 1,000. 500. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. 1,000. 1,000. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Counting flaps. 1,000. 1,000. 500. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. 100. 500. 1,000. 2,500. 1,000. 500. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
5
1,000. 500. 100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Cockpit collapsed. Cockpit collapsed. 1000.